Hello, my beautiful blossoms. It's me, Shigure Oshiro, and welcome back to Code Vein. I rescheduled both yesterday's live stream and today's live stream for 2 different days, considering the circumstances of my situation. So, yeah, I figured I may as well do this to finish things up. So yeah, just kidding on it, and we'll get right into it. Alright. Now we're gonna get into things. One of the main reasons why I decided to live stream this game today is because I wanted to finish up my preparations, primarily. But, things that, in order to finish the preparations, I had to progress through the Provisional Government Center in this game. And I got the second missile. Finally got that. So, yeah, we're gonna get to that area real quick. I only have a temporary build set up right now, but I only need 2 more abilities for the build I want to finish making. And it's gonna be quite the interesting one, to say the least. Aside from the preparations, I have to get through a boss fight in order to get to one of the items I need for the side quest I need to complete. So we will be doing that. I'll also just go for a different character design. Because why the hell not? I went farming for a few things. So, okay, so that's not the path. Let's grab this, move down here, and just finish that one. At least I got the weapons I needed fully upgraded. So, I basically have everything fully upgraded. I just need to get the ability from a side quest, then I have to set through a vestige. At the home base, but I figured side quest comes first due to the boss fight. Okay, I don't think this is the route. Yeah, this is clearly not the route, but never hurts to have the other side of the knees filled. Okay, why? Okay, that. One more shot's not what I needed to. Anyway. We need... I'm calling correctly. Try to memorize the pathing, because I only did this game like a few times, so I'm not really familiar with every nook and cranny. No, that's a dead end. mean, well, this entire area is hard to get items. Anyway, I think it would have to be through here. And go through. Alright. There. Quick and easy boss fight. For a message on top of that, that's actually good. Yeah, I had to get this boss fight in order to progress to the area that I need. This gives me free healing, so. Fortunately for this bayonet, I can easily just do that. Enemies are basically fodder at that point. Same if there's something over here. Let's stealth navigating through these random ass doors. Alright, now we do that. We just do that. Just as I can. Hammer. Here to get behind area. Drinks down here. Okay, when you have, like, stamina builds like this, it's actually pretty useful. In a lot of ways. Alright. Extend. Alright, I'm gonna finish navigating this area. Because I know there's some reasonable loot. Okay, another pure blood. Never hurts to have more of that. So there should be something nearby. What the? That's an skill. Did not know that. Backstabbable boss, which kind of makes it more of a mini boss when you think about it. but it's not going to get any damage beyond what it just did, since I can easily just backstab. Just give the time that she needs. Another backstab. Alright, one last move. Alright. This means this is basically Vindicator Evil Suspension for our map. We're gonna go this way. So we're basically getting there. It's not gonna be delayed for that long. It's just that for part of the preparations I needed, I had to complete a side quest. However, in order to finish the side quest, I had to pick up a few items. However, one of the items was past a boss arena. So I had to go defeat a boss just to get to an item that I needed. But that aside, I have everything I need beyond just that for the most part. I just need to deal with like a memory up to that point. One of the game memories. So. Yeah, there's basically not much left of the one build I wanted to finish making in this game. Left to go. It's a good amount left, I'd say. Hello. Alright, time for let's get to them to see. Well, for now, I kinda need to concentrate on fighting enemies to get to an NPC, and then I have to stay silent for an in-game vestige, which has a set of memories I need to set through for this live stream in particular. That way I can get the last couple things for my build. I already grabbed the blood code by sitting through one of the depths that I originally didn't have, so. Yeah, I just need 2 passive abilities, and that's basically it. And I believe it'll be optimal for the DLC as well, so. Yeah, not only will it be useful for base game content. It will be useful when we get to the DLC. Okay. Yeah, I'll just get the dialogue to get through this. Basically a lot of yapping for this NPC. He just... If you turn in every single document, this NPC likes to go on a yap session, so... Yeah, he's basically yelling at the documents, amongst other things. Alright, we got one passive that I had to get exclusively from that. Annoying side quest. A side quest that requires you to get documents just to earn some yapping and items as rewards. The dumbest set of rewards possible, but absolutely worth it at the same time. Well, in terms of the second passive I need, I also have to worry about the item I need for the mastery of it. And in terms of cheekiness, I don't know how much of that there will be for this live stream, because this is basically the final base game area before the final boss. And the final boss is in its own area entirely. And due to the ending I'm going for, I'm gonna have to save one vestige for one variant to the true ending, and then get the actual true ending via doing that final vestige. However, the vestige I'm going to be doing has nothing to do with it. So... yeah. Well, I'm sure it's only a matter of time until that changes. I'm not really sure how long it'll take, but... you know... when it does get to that point, there'll be a lot of people seeing it. Alright, so... for one of the active abilities that's at least going to be an option, I need to sit through the EOS vestige, but it's really an option to get the rest of these. The main thing I need is from Hephaestus Vestige 2, although for context sake, I'm going to sit through two of the first two. Although I'll still finish them.
Did you have previous training?
I'm not going to forget it. So...
The Revenant, I was completely absorbed with following my orders. It was the only way I knew to escape from the experience all around me each day. Well, I'm not even kidding. It's possible that there's something I can learn from my old memories. To be honest, part of me doesn't want to remember what I was like before. Perhaps I was at the same time, I feel like it's important for me to remember. I didn't worry much about being turned into much. To be honest, I kind of been a bit self-destructive. Regardless of whether it's earned or not, one is technically something called sleep and work. Like that. That's serious. That's all. What is it? Greetings. My name is Shigure. I am your new guide.
No kidding. You're the maniac they call Yamcha. How old is that?
You're still just a kid. Is this a practical joke? You don't need to yet. Whoa, watch out! We got a fire ranger captain here.
Alright, with that message out of the way, I'm to switch things up a bit. Just gotta get that last passive, and the build will be done. And also, you better be looking respectfully, otherwise I will bonk you. Okay, I just have to farm a few more materials to get the mastery for the passive. Okay. So that side, almost done.
Honestly, I'll lead the way. Just tell me where to go. Don't be overeager. Come back immediately and send statement.
Your action to me threatening to bonk you is adorable. Look at that ability still did its job. Despite the fact that it looked like it was missing. Look at that. It's a misplay. Okay, I don't want to get too greedy with this build. There's a strategy to using this build. I just need to wait. The right timing. Mostly miss, but that's fine. Getting staggered. I think that was just a bad placement on my part. We still prevailed through that, despite how sloppy that was going to be. That works. I just need to do this at least 2 more times, and then the build will be fully ready to go. That was failure due to me getting whacked. It's hard to predict what moves the boss is gonna do, especially when you have the partner system going on. Oh, I'd say something in response to that, but at that point you'd probably trigger anyway, so... Yeah, I'll just not bother. It's like what I'm normally saying, because I know how you'd react otherwise. Okay. And of course he chooses to be more focused on the enemy than reviving. The randomness of these fights at times, I swear to God. At least I can easily recollect all the haze I did. Like earlier on and all that, so. Let's start with that. Alright, we now have enough the one item that I need for getting the passive. There. I have completed the build. Essentially. So, yeah. And also I know I drive you crazy at times, but but your reactions are still worth it all the same. And I'll just shamelessly accept that. So. Although you get the cutest award, so. Yes, you are, and I've seen all the evidence. The evidence is stacked against you. So you're not fooling me. There's nothing that'll convince me otherwise on that. Well, to be fair, the evidence literally exists to be used as reference, so... No, you're both. End of story. They're always both. But you're more cute than cool. So. Well, that's how things are. So, you gotta live with that. Nope. I'm not wrong. After all, the evidence speaks for itself.
I can really understand.
Okay, well there is that attack buff, but it's just the way it is. I'm getting my ass whooped. On the contrary, there's more evidence of you being cute than you being cool. Not in this case. So yeah, you're wrong on that. There's not much evidence of you being cool from what I've seen, so. Plus I know what you look like, so I can confirm that you're cute there too. Yeah, your argument basically he doesn't work because everything is stacked against you at that point. Also, I don't know how the fuck I beat the boss first try like that. That was crazy. Never done that.
relic.
What's wrong?
Silver's pulling in the relics.
refuse to let the world end here. I swear, I will stop this.
Okay, this boss is gonna be a nuisance without healing. We're now fighting the Virgin Born. Quite literally, because that's what it's called. I have no healing at all, so support is basically off limits here. Okay, I kind of have to be careful. Okay, let's go thingy. Yes. Healing. Okay, she's low on heals, but I have to kind of rely on her a lot. Okay, I can't get the combo off. Shit. Okay, I don't know how I dodged that. I kind of have to play strategically. I'm not. I need to use this boss's attack pattern, so I only bought this like twice. So going here with no heals is not a challenge I was expecting to do today. Know that there's more facts than claiming. So okay, this is not gonna be optimal with no heals. Oh god. I was not expecting to survive this long though either. This boss would be impossible with no healing. Yep. I called that. The result of the boss fight. Do not go against the Virgin Born with no heals, because having no heals will fuck you over in the long run. Kinda had a feeling that was gonna be the case, considering how tough it is. Okay, got hit. deactivates my attack buff, but that's fine. Okay, I seriously need to figure out which direction that's being aimed. And of course he chooses to heal me at the same time. I healed her. Okay, just gonna for that right moment to attack. That depends on who you ask, really. After all, I'm not the only one who finds you cute. So, that's just pure facts. Okay, out of there quick enough. And then... okay, that was perfectly timed somehow. Yeah, that little area. This makes. Okay. Have to keep track with attack patterns. Takes a little bit to fight this stupid thing. Okay. So basically, I don't want to do that. And final leather combo there. I can help it. They weren't baseless at all, and we both know it. Well shit, here comes the second phase of this boss fight. I'm gonna hate this! Time for the ultra dodging! Never mind. More like the ultra dying. I know for a fact that can be dodged flawlessly, it just takes time to get used to that. Stupid second phase attack. That did not go well in my favor. That boss fight round. Time to try again.
We may need to adopt a new strategy.
Okay, why do I don't keep charging in? I need to start having the habit of charging into the boss fight. That is a habit I seriously have. Every fucking time. And of course I get knocked out. That is not clean. Not all. Fucking sucking. Hit. Every fucking time. Likes to egg on me more than anything. This boss fight is such a nuisance. That's only one of the hardest base game boss fights. Which is due to the second phase alone. I may not be able to prove it, but Endumadi and Inabin can prove it. Which is something that we both know. So, I'm not the only one who's evidence on you. Which is something that we both know. Okay, that was not the time on my part. You gotta deal with the fact that there's more evidence against you than you think, by the way. You can turn away all you want, but that doesn't stop the truth from being true. On the contrary, I did say you're both cute and cool, so I did attempt to not put down the coolness. They have, but he still declined that. So you basically left me with no other choice but to do that. Nope. Cuteness will always go up, and you can't change that. Nope. Cuteness up times infinity. Well, you provide the cuteness and the coolness at the same time, so... That was actually the best part of the boss fight. So it seems like it can be done, I just have to be more strategic with how I do things if I'm going to use this build. That was not intentional, I was trying to get the damn hose. Oh, now you're acting childish, how adorable. Yeah, that's not gonna work on me. I hope you know that. Oh, please don't do that. You don't need to do that. I'll even get you chocolate milk if you want.
This is not a good time to fall.
Well, even so, you very well know that I like spending time with you, so... Yeah, threatening to leave would just prevent that a little bit. Which is something that we both know. And of course, I get down to the Isabel before you finish. You know, that's fair. This boss fight is probably gonna take some time, though, so... Especially with how things are. Just so I can keep an eye on timing better, I'm gonna put the blood veil transparency on. I get the feeling it's gonna help a little bit. And of course, you know, this is to go down right after I get back up. And then she goes down again, okay. That was not cleanest round into that.
As long as you're still strong, I shall never do you have everything you need? Newfound strength.
Okay, I let you get hit there. That's honestly fair. Besides, there's gonna be a lot of trial and error, so it's not gonna be the most entertaining thing in the world. And of course, chooses to do the revival at the wrong time. That was close. So basically, I just have to make sure I'm underneath the damn boss in order to win. That's gonna be a nuisance. There. The final boss is now taken care of. At least for this round. We'll be going back here after we deal with the remaining vestiges for the true good ending.
I don't have a lot of time. Hey, kid, can you handle this?
It's all right.
Hey!
Just as you will always be with me. Goodbye.
reverence and pray upon humanity. And will bring them nothing but misery. And so, just go.
All the power was sucked right out of my body. My soul became strong. Now Jack's training me to grow strong again. I don't see Mia as much as I used to, but I always feel close to her, even when we're apart. I think it's because we respect each other so much. I miss her. But a knight has his duty. The relics haven't created the Eaton tree, thanks to Leo's wish, and there's no sign of the queen coming back. It must have taken us to another. We're ordinary revenants without the power of the relics, but our mission still remains. As long as I live, I will continue to watch over that power, together with Jack.
There are no changes in the future. It's completely normal. Don't worry. If anything happens, I swear I'll give you my power to stop it. Meanwhile, it's time to go through your plans. My mission is to watch as anything, but my duty to protect the world still remains. I won't allow the hell here to escape until Neko's outside.
I look through documents in the great labs, and the more I'm reading, the more I understand why its creatures are called warriors. There are means even the most powerful weapons, and immortal like the laws that break the door of the mists. Now I understand why revenants had to be created. Situations that dire. And the horrors are still roaming the outside world. It must be incredibly difficult living it there. This garbage heap may just have become a slightly better garbage heap. That means people have less use for what I'm selling. I'm only joking. Don't worry about me. Do your thing, okay? Is that paper blood meat deal with you alright? It's a piece of the mind, the manifestation of this strength. Take a look at the care. One and the other sticks may get the same substance as the meat. Taking on all the relics. It has the ability to alter the relics, only in a small way.
Lost is still as dire threat as it was. The new provisional government is at last poised to stop it. Silva is pushing reforms to create as many revenants as possible. I can finally get the job of exploring the depths in earnest. Great hope. Must thank you. Oh, I nearly forgot. I have a message. The provisional government would appreciate your cooperation. Please contact the government and seek work if you need.
Instead of inviting the officers to work with the provisional government, turn me down outright. Sorry, just like you got the museum one, I've got the design one too. Yeah, you guys are too pissed. Well, I didn't want to work for them at first either. For a while, fighting to survive. I stumbled across some friends along the way. Here I am stuck. They're all pretty great, so I don't regret it at all.
Glad to see that things have calmed down a bit lately. Agreements were the two of you ever satisfied? Why don't we earn some peace? So why not enjoy it? Well, whatever you choose, I'll go along with it. He feels right.
Alright, so the block scene is basically just the credits, so I'll just skip them since they can't be seen via normal means in terms of console live streams. However, that's the first version of the good ending done. Now what I'm gonna do is grab all the remaining vestiges and then sit through every single one of those. Just to make sure I have all the blood codes ready to go. At least all the ones I can get in this version of the ending and setup and all that. The only other way for me to get the remainder after that is to do the bad ending. And the bad ending will require me to do New Game Plus, which will be a while, because due to the New Game Plus increasing the difficulty, I'm pretty sure that'd be best to do the DLC before having the difficulty spike alongside New Game Plus even happen. Like, yeah, I can turn things down in terms of the New Game Plus difficulty setting, but I'd rather not since the hassle of that. And the DLC content is definitely going to take a while. Because I have to deal with getting the DLC blood codes. And all of their vestiges. Just to get the bosses in those DLC areas available. Which is going to be a total nuisance.
Honestly, I want to jump right into action. I'll lead the way. Just tell me where we're going. Don't be overeating. Come back immediately to the same state.
I'm also going to finish up all the base game depths as well for another achievement. Which means having to make sure I have every single base game area available for that. A lot of base game content to sit through. No, I'm telling you. There's a lot. This game. Yeah, I know I'm cheeky quite a lot. But that's how it is. Yeah, in terms of this build, it's really not all that bad. It's that the Virgin Born is literally the hardest in terms of the final bosses on their own. I'm gonna have to go back over there for Haze. And I'll have to retry that over again. It's gonna be a nuisance. No, it's beatable, but it's gonna take a good little bit. The depths are definitely easy at like early on, but they get harder as the game goes on, so. Alright, definitely need to get rid of this one. This spear, the halberd, whatever you want to call it. There we go. Well, I don't plan on changing if I can help it, but you know, things can happen. You never know. Alright, finally got that physical attack combo off. I have no idea why you just typed N. I'm confused by what you mean by that, but okay. Okay, this version of the boss fight was clean because we weren't dealing with this annoying duo for that one. I didn't even need to use the Ice Blood weapon for that. Enforcing the cuteness won't change. That's most likely gonna stick around, so you're gonna have to live with that.
Did you find something good?
But you're basically stuck with the cuteness aspect. Nothing can change it, that entire thing. There's literally no reason for that to change. I don't think there ever will be. Regardless of what happens, my opinion will always stay the same.
Look at that.
Well, you're gonna get it anyway. So I'll just consider it as more of a want. Despite that you need the positivity and all that. Well, as long as you're hearing it, that's all that matters to me, I'd say. Well, that's not gonna change the fact that it's true. So, there's not really any much else I can tell you. The version of this duo is actually much harder. Because in this version, after one of them is defeated, the other one gets a buff. So for example, if I kill the fire one first, then that means the ice one will get a fire-related buff. And it's for attack. So... I got 10 years down, so now it's going to be a lot more difficult. And also you get to deal with the fact that you get randomly kissed too. Even if it does get me out of things. See, now this ice boss will get a fire buff. Which is a total nuisance, by the way. So if you thought the original version was hard, this one, it will beat it by a landslide. Or it will just want to not prove my point. And be a piece of cake. Yep. It wanted to be much easier than the original version. Of course. Takes me less times with this version than it does with the other. I absolutely hate that. Oh, believe me, it's a lot harder when you don't have the right build set up. Plus, I am level 135, and the level cap is 300. And also, this build isn't just a random build. I based it around Asuna from Sword Art Online. And this is basically what I came up with entirely. So, it's a character-based build entirely. And due to that, strategic setup, it actually works. On the other hand, though, EO is literally one of the best companions in the game, so add the build that I have on top of that, and you basically have an overpowered setup, if you know how to use it. I just need to work on timing my dodges so my attack buff, which is overdrive, lasts longer. Otherwise, I'm having to rely on my secondary weapon in a lot of cases. So there's a lot to put into perspective there.
Honestly, I'll lead the way. Just tell me the way.
Now these 3 DLC areas down here are exactly why I made the build. Pretty much. But still. The DLC is literally a pain in the ass. Like, I kind of have an easier time with the Power of Trials sections than I do in the other DLC areas. Yeah, I'm honestly glad I got through it as well. I'm going to see how many achievements I have. 62% of the achievements are down. Okay, apparently I'm missing Area of the Depths. I'm literally checking my PlayStation achievements via my console. So I am checking things. I'm gonna have to look into that a bit more, but I have almost all the depths ready to go. Getting all of the blood codes will require the bad ending entirely for it to work. So, yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a tedious one. I also have to learn a total of 150 abilities in achievement. There are a lot of achievements in this game. 4 endings, but 2 variants of the good one, and then 1 for the other 2. I'm gonna get the weapon masteries, because I know that those can come in handy in a lot of cases. I'm not gonna be able to master them, so I think I'm using all blood codes, but they'll be there when they are available entirely. But yeah, you can basically change the build on the fly, you can set up however you want. There are plenty of ways to play the game. At the end of the day, so a lot of it is based off preference and what you want to go for. The build I currently have set up is one that I set up on a different PlayStation profile entirely with a different character that was already ready to go prior to when I decided to do the experiment. So, yeah, I basically experimented on a different profile entirely, with a different character, all that fun stuff, and got that set up. Which is a good thing. At least I know the build works. Which is always the good thing. Although I was not expecting that duo to be a cakewalk. If I had this build set, like my current build set up sooner, I could have probably dealt with the original version perfectly fine. But who knows? Takes a lot of time to get everything for it. Because you have to get the late game to have the stuff available. Like, the vast majority of the stuff is mid to late game content kind of stuff. So, trying to set up an early game version is beyond my ability for doing, and I'm not even going to try that because that would take way too long. Now the good thing is that, in terms of this, the current build that I basically set up is one that I came up with last night. Like, literally before my dinner time. So yeah, my current build is basically one that I came up with literally last night. And I was originally going to go for like a bayonet kind of build, but then I came up with the idea to not do that. And I optimized for something a bit more interesting. Because ranged weapons, while useful, do have their problems, because you have to worry about I-core management a lot more with the abilities and everything. You have to know when to use specific abilities and shit. And also, it's kind of the same way with my current build. It's not as bad because without the bayonets being used for ranged attacks, you have much more I-core to work with. My build is literally an optimal one. if you don't want to waste a lot of stuff. Which always comes in handy. First, which was on a different, entirely, on with a different character. I originally but it was not that great, despite the fact that I beat the game. I'm not even sure how I managed it at the time, but yeah, I'm just on a whole other level at that point. Fast attacks, but so relying on slow dodging means you have to be extremely precise on your dodging and everything. Whereas with being a fast-paced kind of build, you can basically time things when and where you need in order to optimize even more gameplay-related shit. I still don't have enough abilities purchased. Yeah, it may be better than what I give myself credit for, but it's still just not the greatest thing in the world. Like I said, there are one-hit KO builds for like the DLC bosses and shit, which requires even more setup than what you think. I'm gonna have to use my mother's laptop in order to see what I'm missing a bit better. Because I know that there's some stuff I probably missed during previous live streams and all that. But in terms of behind the scenes stuff, I don't know what you're saying all about. In terms of behind the scenes stuff, I did take the time to finish mapping the entire place out for this and this. So I basically have a lot of the base game stuff taken care of. Also, if you hear any background noise from outside of my bedroom, it's because I have 2 of my windows open, so I do apologize in advance for that. Oh, believe me, I have 3 windows in my bedroom. So, I could crank it up to 11. I really want to do it. Also, the reason why I decided to have my windows open is because I basically it felt warm at the time. So, yeah, I just haven't closed them since. And yeah, I do have 3 windows. It's not a joke, by the way. I wish I was joking, but I'm not. But then again, at the same time, I probably don't wish I was joking, because I get more air in my room. Although only 2 of them are open. Okay, so Scout Vestige Part D is
Honestly, this is all we've got.
what's inside? I do not have the final focus area. Okay, my laptop one's lag. Let's see. To some degree, but it was only temporary until it got cold again, in terms of, like, outdoor temperature. But I personally don't mind it, so... Okay, so for the final dumps map, I have to go here. But yeah, I just enjoy the coldness anyway, so it is what it is. Although it's going to be much more harder to deal with the heat from the summertime. Because that's when the heat waves really start happening. Alright, so I have to go through this tunnel. Now I have to find a map. What I got. Okay, so basically you have to go down the damn ladder. Ah, there it is. That is the last depths map of the base game. And all I have to do is just deal with navigating the entire area, beating the entire thing. Which will then get me the achievement of having all the depths explored, because it doesn't count DLC areas. So all I have to do now is just head back to the home base and talk to Davis about the entire going places situation. I can get taken to where I need to be. I'm literally looking up the locations of each vestige that I missed, so I can go to them a lot quicker without having to search every part of every single area. Saves me the hassle. I'm having to do the searching on my own.
Honestly, I want to jump right into action. This is all we've got for a vehicle routes. It's unexplored territory.
Okay, so the Zero District area of the depths was supposed to be the same the last by apparently I overlooked that. When I first went through that damn tunnel to get to the second to last major area of the base game. That's just embarrassing on so many levels. Because it's already picked it up. Regardless. I now have the achievement for unlocking every single area of the depths. I finished the achievement. But I'm gonna still set to this entire thing so I can have the completion taken care of. That was a misclick on my part. Alright, time for the boss area of this area version of the depths. At least for this section.
I sense dangerous things to
Oh! The Queen's Knight Reborn. One of the easiest bosses in the entire game. Never mind, I'm getting attacked like it's nothing, apparently. Okay, got parried there. I have no idea what you mean by that, but okay. But and again, that's not an amount I'm familiar with, considering I've never heard of it. So. Okay, apparently I defeated that boss first try. This area of the depths is now taken care of. Okay, that makes sense. Considering how you phrased the previous message, but still. Not really sure what relevancy that has to do with the temperature, outside the fact that it's an icy mountain that keeps someone cold. That's not really much to go off of beyond that. Okay, that's to finish the Festus vestiges. This is to get the warrior one going. I am missing a good amount. Yeah, man. Okay, so these ones are DLC. And I would rather not sit through the DLC. Well, that's not really that big of a deal. Alright, so I have all the base game messages ready to go. So let's sit through multiple walkathons that tell us the story of specific characters. Because it is a requirement. Yeah, this one was literally the shortest one, but yeah. In terms of the EOS messages, I did a good amount of them in a couple previous live streams, which are definitely archived. So if you'd rather know the context, you know, the archives exist. But yeah, dealing with that every now and then isn't that big a deal.
risking your neck out there. So I guess being honest with you is really the least that I can do. I told you that I had a son once, right? Ever since the day he was born, I've always been afraid of him. This was back before the great collapse. Every single mom was struggling just to keep the two of us alive. Some of the stuff happened. Well, let's just say it wasn't exactly legal. I promised him that no matter how hard it got, we'd still live our lives our own way. In the end, I told him I was unfit to be a parent, and he took him away from me. Yes, they decided that I didn't have what it would take to raise my own kid. I didn't know how else to get him back, except by breaking the promise and trying to live as everyone wanted me to. Not long after that, I knew his disease had gotten worse, and he had passed away. It was just a single painful Sunday morning. I remember every word was spelled together. If there was something I'd forgotten without realizing, like me rushing to see him one last time before he died, it would have been nice. It's just afraid to say this. You're really gonna laugh at me. I'm sorry for sending you on such a wild goose chase. Still, I guess I'd rather let go of some of these things though. So thank you for that. Anyway, I'm going to keep living the way I want to from now on. I refuse to break my promise to him a second time. My advice for you is to head out there and do the same. No matter what path you choose, I'll be behind you 100%. What is it?
It's impossible to express its No, it's that easy. Even if I had found it, I didn't want to approach it. The evidence and fingers were not good to me. As long as she's safe, it's not done. I'll keep living like these days. I'll be from the shadows I can find justice. As a hero, my life was hopeful.
And that's the last of the base game vestiges. So now that's up to do is just deal with the final bosses again, and then that will be the alternative version of the good ending finish. I guess the only final boss, but either way, I need to take care of it.
It's really best to help out. It's wise to be prepared.
There, another round against the final boss is down. So now we have to sit through the alternative version of the good ending.
Don't have a lot of time. Hey, kid, can you handle this?
It's all right.
No, good ending alternative version. Because the bad ending would require a full-on new game, and I have to not save all the successors of the relics. But since I saved all of them, it's still the good ending. However, by dealing with the EOS vestiges, there's like an extra part of the good ending. So yeah, the good ending is the only ending that has an alternative version overall. So yeah, that's how it is. The bad ending would result in us dying, like our main character dying. So that's how you know it's a bad ending in this case. But that isn't the case here, since I did all the requirements for the good ending. And I finished the requirements for the alternative version after the original version. And if you don't believe me, you can look it up on YouTube, it'll actually tell you. So yeah, basically all the blood codes I could get in the good ending overall. And in order to get the remainder of them, I have to let the successor of the relics not be around. And that would require a whole new game plus. overall, so that'd be the entirety of the game all over again. However, I have a build that's actually viable for it. So the only reason why I'm avoiding New Game Plus, though, is because I don't want the difficulty spike from it to affect the DLC, since the DLC is already hard enough. So I'm just avoiding it for now. I'll have to level grind, though, in order to be ready for the DLC. Well, that's good. Because in terms of my playthrough of this game overall, that's the last time you'll see the good ending. So, yeah, the bad ending will be the next ending that I do, which will have to happen via New Game Plus. Which means starting through the entire game, not saving all the successors, getting the blood codes from that, getting the game. The dialogue doesn't change with the NPC variants of the main characters, so I don't see a reason to play through them again. All we have to do is just exit out this door to finish the good ending. And then it will be preparation for the DLC. Yeah, I understand what that's like. Because I've been off and on with this game. There, now both versions of the good ending are done. Took a little bit, but it was absolutely worth it. In terms of the save file I've been playing on, I've only spent like a total of over 40 hours. So that's actually a good thing. In a lot of ways. I won't have to deal with the final boss in this case ever again. The only other times I'll have to deal with it is when I deal with the neutral ending, but that's only a one-time thing, and then the bad ending doesn't have it, because the final boss is just the boss before it, so. Although the DLC is going to be a challenge one way or the other. Because that stuff is the hardest content in the game. Well, in terms of the PlayStation profile that I used for doing my first time playthrough of this game, the main character that I played on over there has over 400 or so hours. So yeah, it's a good few hundred hours. That's not including the minutes. It was crazy. Shit though, so although back then I was actually struggling quite a lot with like a lot of other base game areas. Craziness of this game, I tell you. It's a lot of fun, but also frustrating at the same time. It's one of those things. But yeah, New Game Plus will be for an entirely different day, because at some point I do want to deal with the DLC. However, I'm pretty sure being level 135 isn't going to be the best idea, so I'll have to do a lot of level grinding behind the scenes. It's going to be a lot. Especially since the level cap is literally 300. And I'm going to be aiming for that goddamn level cap. Yeah, I know, 300 levels in a game that only has base game and only DLC areas. The most important ones...
Honestly, I'll lead the way. Just tell me where we're going.
I mean, there's the DLC, the most important ones are Eternal Abyss, Celestial Ice Prison, and Fiery Oblivion. There are also the Tower of Trials as well. Are easier than these three here. So yeah, only half of them are easy in some cases. These three DLC areas have blood codes that I need to acquire in order to unlock the boss area and complete that. And then there are objectives for that boss in each area. And I unlock a lot of shit. Character customization, amongst other things. So it is crazy shit. And I intend on sitting through every last bit of content that this game has to offer, and I'm definitely gonna have to sit through the Tower of Trials, all three of them, just to see what those are like all the way through, because I've never seen anyone complete them. So, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of stuff. Yeah, content is most definitely content, but the 3 DLC areas at the bottom will be frustrating as hell. And that is why I made this specific build. Because all I'd have to do is just switch out one ability for another in terms of dealing with an enemy weakness. And then switch out whatever else I may need for other things. And then of course I have to learn the boss's attack patterns on top of that, because I don't know what they are. Since there aren't really that many videos that showcase the DLC. Like, the majority of them that do involve the one-hit KO builds. And I am avoiding those builds because I would prefer to actually play through the content with the challenge of learning enemy attack patterns and all that. After all, I'm not gonna just let that content go to waste. And chances are it's gonna take me a lot of hours just to beat it. So, this entire live stream playthrough will be a long one, I would say. It's gonna be the longest one I have available currently. Because there's a lot of stuff you can do. Not up to the fact that there are only 2 endings left and all that. Yeah, it's probably that bad. You can beat the bosses without those builds, but it can be tedious in a lot of cases. And basically, since there are times where dodging can be tedious, having the ability to switch out, like, one thing for another is optimal, because it only takes like a few seconds. And sure, the bosses may move quicker, but if you can react with switching fast enough, you can still switch the abilities when needed. Then there are also like abilities that would be required for when enemies are downed, which is why I have these 3 physical abilities here. So yeah, it's a lot of useful shit. Therefore, I not only optimized it for base game, but it's optimized for DLC. Which makes it extremely useful. Now, the other good thing about beating the boss, though, like beating the final boss of the base game, is that some fortification items do become available again. So I'm just gonna have... Okay, so the chrome will only regenerate after you start New Game Plus. But either way, as long as you get the points for them ahead of time, you can easily just get the Atlas Chrome, do the fortification. And basically, once I get the fortification transformation equipped onto both of my weapons and the Blood Veil, it will have extra damage without sacrificing mobility. So therefore, this build is essentially perfected, one way or another. Now, obviously, if you want the extra stuff, you'll have to talk to Yakumo, do the exchange mechanic and all that, and get that was Chrome for the fortification transformation. However, it's not necessarily required depending on what level you are. Like, if you're trying to do it at a low level, then yeah, you probably would want it in a lot of cases, but it's still not a bad thing to have one way or the other. Definitely top tier shit. There are obviously a lot of other builds I wouldn't mind trying in this game either, but I don't think this will be the character for the job in a lot of cases, because this file does not have everything. Alright, good night to you two, and sleep well. Love you too. It's actually good timing, because I was gonna end this live stream anyway. Since I'm honestly needing a break for the night. And I have other things I'd like to do. However, there will be more Code Vein in the future due to the DLC, the New Game Plus playthroughs and all that. On the contrary, depending on how all that stuff goes, I might do a fifth, like another playthrough with a different character entirely, where I try and beat the game solo. Like, no help. And that's going to require a lot of attack pattern practicing. And all that. And I'm gonna have to learn how to manage things on my own. Because at that point, reviving won't be available for me to just use. So I'm gonna have to come up with like a solo version of this Asuna Yuki build. Because obviously, you know, co-op related stuff is fine, but you know, if you want to do a solo build, then you kind of have to improvise some shit. So restorative offering might change for a solo build if I were to use this build again in a solo run. Not that it'd be a bad thing, but yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of fucking practice. Anyway, I am going to end this live stream here. So goodbye for now, my beautiful blossoms. Remember to stay beautiful, stay hydrated, and stay safe.